Hello. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Tonight we are starting a brand new game for a brand new week, and we shall be starting Diddy Kong Racing DS. Now, if you've been with the stream for a while, you may know or remember we played this last year. We didn't play this, we played the original Diddy Kong Racing. But why are we playing the DS one so soon? Well, it's because I like Diddy Kong Racing, and the reason I like to play it around this time of the year is because the original Diddy Kong Racing came out on my birthday, and it was the first game I ever owned. So, I've got a little bit of sentimentality to it. It's purely whimsical reasons as to why we're revisiting it today. But, what's the world without a little whimsy? So, so today we shall be starting the Diddy Kong remake, the Diddy Kong Racing DS remake. And we'll see how it goes. I really like the original. I know they changed a few things for the remake, because I have played the remake before. I remember liking the remake. I don't remember exactly how it's changed. I know they changed a few things, but we'll see. We'll find out. We'll rediscover together. So let's get to it. There it is. And I just put this jacket on because I was like, oh, it's very cold. And as soon as I put it on, I'm like, oh, now I'm really warm. So here it is. Here is Diddy Kong Racing DS. It was when Nintendo was all about, hey, look how our handheld can play old N64 games. I was like, cool, yeah. So we shall load up the game. I already made save files just to test some things. There's not a whole lot to go into at the beginning, but just in general. So let's go straight into the adventure. Let's have an adventure. Let's choose our character first. So this is obviously very different. It's a completely different screen to the original. And a slightly different cast as well. For example, they show you that there are locked characters. In the original, if you don't know, you don't know. But they also now have Dixie Kong and Tiny Kong. Looking not exactly tiny, like she definitely looks like the tallest of the cast, I'll be honest. Maybe like that's, I don't know, an ironic thing. Who knows? But yeah, so despite this being done, where's the case? Despite this having the old Rareware logo on it, this was this is quite a bit of after they were purchased by Microsoft. So it's a miracle we got the game, to be honest. It's a miracle we got the remake, but it does mean that we don't get Banjo and we don't get Conker. Instead we get Dixie and we get Tiny. Who should we play as though? Who should we go for? I always liked Bumper.
Hi, my name's Bumper.
I don't like that Bumper. That doesn't sound anything like Bumper. Timber, quick, follow me. My dialogue skipped. When I catch you, I will smash you into fish food. And then we need your help. Come quickly. Or Diddy, we need your help. That's not him saying it. What is this? Whisper is taking control of our beautiful island. Please help us. Timber. I'll round up the other Kongs and be with you shortly. But by other Kongs, he only means Dixie and Tiny. Donkey's too busy. Cranky's, I don't know, dead. He kind of didn't really want to talk to Funky and Chunky. Funky? Yeah, I suppose Funky. Lanky and Funky is who I meant though. Where are those Kongs going? I will follow. I like that they're trying to give like a canonical reason as to why some characters are here. They're on their way, like I think in the original it's just like they're just there. They're all just on the island, and I mean it's not even that. Like you literally just look at the island and it's a bit depressing, and then Taj flies and is like woohoo! Yeah, so this is like what you'd get in the original game. There's none of that first stuff. But like that would have all been in like the instruction manual in the original, which is probably still in the instruction manual. Hello there, I am Taj. Welcome to the island. Let's have a little peek-see at the instruction booklet. I'll look at the where is the adventure mode 9? This is the core of Diddy Kong Racing DS one-player. This is the core of the Diddy Kong Racing DS one-player game, a progressive story mode that pits you against every challenge that each of the 4 worlds has to offer. Cool. I thought you were going to tell us about the story, but not. I'm here to help you. Come with me. You have much to learn. Abracadabra. Abracadabra. Wait, hang on. Welcome to my mystical home. To access my wishes menu, simply use your stylus to rub my magic lamp. Well, okay, I thought it was on the other screen, but maybe it's switched. Well, let's rub his magic lamp. Like a scenario, we may just have to switch to the same like tingle layout. Use the stylus to enter your name. Your name will be displayed when competing in a multiplayer race. Okay. Well, let's get rid of this old shit. So... Oh, no, we don't know what those stylus. I guess in case you're curious, so Mophead was what like I used for like the original DS. That was like my name on like the original DS. And then when the 3DS came along, I was Mophead 3D. Because I used to have much longer hair. I know, like, you may think, well, you already have... I don't know if I count myself as having long hair. I have medium length, I guess. But I used to have very long hair. You need to create your in-game identity. Hang on, let me... That's the wrong one. There we go. You decide to create your icon. When you're happy with it, press the check icon. Oops. No. This looks so bad. It looks like I'm trying to do like the Nirvana, like, I don't know, sort of drunk smile, but no, I'm just bad at drawing. So my head doesn't. I always do that. I always like draw my hair going one way when it doesn't. Let's just get rid of that. Let's try again. Let's go with the classic colours. The classic orange and blue. Oh. Shit. That may just have to do. It's terrible, I know. Before I let you go exploring on your own, I think you need to prove your driving skills to me. Follow my trail of tokens that will lead you around the core. And we're off. No, I swear, when I was testing stuff earlier, everything was on like the top screen, and now it's all on the bottom. I'm like slightly confused, but I'll deal with it. Yay! I did it. Well done, you have beaten me. Here, take this balloon. It will help you access the racetrack in Dino Domain. Wow. So in the original, they just give you that balloon. It's just on the way to Dino Domain. Oop, didn't mean to leave. Just
Dino Domain.
there isn't like a look back button, I believe. I don't even know if there was in the original. Okay, let's just go to Ancient Lake. Oh, they didn't have that in the original though. But slightly. Right, okay, then this is where. There you go, this is where it goes back. And this is where they introduce one of the really things that sure does exist. In that there are kind of mini games, I guess, if you want to call them that, to like start the race. To get like, so instead of having just your typical like press and hold A at the right time, they give you like a little they make you do like a little weird mini game first. It's very bizarre. Let me miss the key. Good, wonderful. We love to see it. Truthfully, I don't remember what these coins do. Or like the tokens. Like that's some of the new stuff they added, I guess. Alright, let's go for it again. There we go. I think you gave the key a little bit of personality this time. Not just a golden key. Oh shit. Tip Top's catching up. Hey Scott, how are you doing? Yep, we're doing some more Diddy Kong Racing because I like to play around this time of the year. But yeah, we're playing the DS version this time. A little bit of variety. I feel like shit. They had the COVID booster yesterday. I've heard that's been doing numbers on people. I hope that passes quickly. Left arm is basically unusable. Oof. Oh, done. The wish door is now open. The wish door. So this is another thing they changed in the DS remake. And we're back on the small screen. Right, let's go over here. Let's go to this one. I think this one might be better to, like, swap between, maybe. I don't know. Okay, well that's good. I hope so. But if you're not, there's no big deal. Let's start by practicing and drawing. Using the start, let's draw a line between the TT icons in the direction of the arrow. So yeah, so if you played the original, you may remember there was a mini game here. Instead, they now have basically a track editor. Easy to choose where the race begins. I always thought this was kind of cool. No, I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Ah, this is going to be ball ache to switch between. Oops. Hang on. Why isn't that? Oh, 'cause that's for the... Yeah, okay. Oh, I'm not going to be able to do this on this. Okay, we're just going to have to go back to the original one and just have a ball ache. It's going to be even more of a ball ache on the other one. So get your balls ready to ache. Shit. Yeah, I always thought this was cool. Obviously don't really know how well it holds up, the track editor. Because I think, looking back, it probably is a little bit bare bones, but... we'll see, you know? I mean, if you want to flash back into what my sense of humor was like back whenever this came out, I'll give that a peep in a sec. I was on my old files, and I think you can, like, I'm pretty sure maybe it's like you can only have like one custom track saved at a time or something. I don't know exactly what it was. Like whether it's like you have like a favorite track or you only have one custom track. But basically, the tracks that I had saved was the shape of a penis. Because, you know, you gave me the ability to draw the track, and I would have been probably a teenager. So yeah, penis time. Sounds about right. Yeah. Yeah. Whoops. I confirm grown sensitivity does not change a lot. No, I'm sure. Even if I hadn't like I feel like I can't do that now that I've like now that I know. Oh well, I did the exact same thing as a kid. But oh shit. Oh no, we're good. But if I hadn't have seen that, I probably would have done exactly the same thing. I'd be like, oh, I get to draw my own track. Penis. I don't know, doing like this for the like the overworld part, so maybe I could just leave it like that. Dude, thank you for rescuing me. I didn't realize I had, but okay. Good job, Bumper. This is me trying to reverse. So yeah, so despite being a game that only occasionally incorporates touch controls, they basically decided, right, at the beginning of every race, there's going to be like a little mini game to get the boost. Honestly, and despite I think hovercraft probably being one of the worst vehicle, I'd say one of the worst. There's 3, but for being like the worst vehicle. Well, no, I don't know if it's the way. It's difficult to handle, basically. But, oh, it didn't, like, change. But, that's probably got, like, I guess the easiest one. So, for the car, you gotta, like, spin the wheel, but that's basically just, like, sliding down on the DS, on the touchscreen. For the aeroplane, you've gotta, like, spin the propellers, and that time you actually do have to, like, spin. And then the hovercraft is just blowing into the microphone. Whoa! Holy shit. Which is probably the worst one to do if you were playing in public, but I'm not. So it's very easy for me to just like throw my DS up into my grill and just blow. I don't know when I got a missile then. But I am way ahead of everybody. Oh, you know what? I probably got it then. And apparently the balloons don't replace each other, which they definitely do in the original. That's what the people that is right. I know. You couldn't tell. It's alright. It's early game. It's early game. I'm sure I'll get demolished later. But I don't actually know how hard this one will be. Like, I know the original gets pretty difficult later on. And it's kind of difficult to gauge, because obviously when this one would have come out, I would have been older. So I could have also just been a better gamer. But I feel like I did better at this one than I did the original. Yeah, old school games were brutal. It might have, like it could be a mix of like I was just a better gamer because I was older. It could have been like they toned it down. I don't know, you know. The final boss is not as bad as the first one. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me because. Ooh. This is a completely different song. The vocals just completely like took me out for a second. I was like, oh, this is a completely different song. That's fine. But yeah. So I don't know like how bad Which Pig will be in this one, because I'm pretty sure I did like did get like the proper ending to this one when I was young, whereas like the first time I beat the original Diddy Kong Racing was last year on stream. Like that was the first time I like beat the full game. Because even when I was like younger but older, older than I would have been playing this one, I still couldn't. I couldn't beat the. I couldn't beat Whispig 2. It's too tough. Right. No, I ain't trying to talk to you, TT. I guess we gotta go somewhere else because I need a 5th balloon to get into Hot Top Volcano. Go back again. For this challenge, you must fly that plane of yours around the island. Follow my trail of tokens, it will lead you around the course. Oh, okay. Yeah, one of the weird things they changed about this game, and I guess we'll get into this discussion very quickly and very briefly, is they changed Taj's accent. They like made him like British instead. They give him like a stereotypical like British accent. I guess stereotypical, I don't know. They give him a very soft British accent rather than like the Indian accent he had in the original. Which like, I think it's probably something to do with whether or not it was offensive, but and that will be as much as we are going to say on it for keeping the conversation light. Oh, I failed. I don't know why. Yeah. Right. Let's try that again in a second. Yeah, so Dart still walks around, but he's also got like a big tent now, instead of like his big logo on the floor. And he's also got a big. It's like on one hand, they like it's not like they completely drove away from like the genie stereotype, but I don't know. And so this was a thing. Is you can have a bunch of things to do. There's a bunch of like customizable stuff. None of this is in the original. Do upgrades. One good thing on Disney Plus where a lot of their old movies have a race warning at the start saying portrayals of people are not accurate can be seen as offensive. Yeah. Oh, there we go. We can change the color of the car. Wait, this like changes both of them? Yeah. This upgrade also unlocks special bodyworks. I don't have enough coins. Okay. Unlockables. Oh yeah, they had some new courses here as well. Design your own tracks and race on them in this new single player game mode. Oh yeah, of course. You had okay. You had to buy the battle tracks from the original. Billboard. Okay, no problem. Well, thanks for stopping by. And if I don't see you later, enjoy the rest of your night. Would you like hidden stuff? I don't. Oh god. Sound recorder. Man, I forgot some of this stuff. I guess that's like kind of not really the cheat codes from the original, but it's kind of similar, I guess.
Abracadabra.
Kind of like, you know, how it's like a modern version of cheat codes, I guess. Not really, but, you know, I don't know. So I noticed they changed where, like, you fly on this course. Because in the original, there's that, like, turn that is basically, like, the eat shit turn. And, like, threw me off because I was expecting to do the eat shit turn. But instead, they, like... So usually, you'd go, like, round there, and basically trying to make that turn in the plane was just asinine. But I guess they gave you this little area because I guess they realized, wow, that turn fucking sucked balls. Let's have you not do that. Oh, don't fail here. Don't fail here. I was just trying out the drift. But for some reason, I had it in my head that, like, oh, R would drift right and L would drift left. So through this race, I've just been occasionally honking because I've been, like, trying to drift left and then going, wait, no, that's not how it works. I realized I'm on the small screen for this. So I'm like, oh, it'll be fine. You know, I'll barely be in the overworld. Fabulous, you have beaten me once again, blah 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 blah. Let's go. I guess they want you to do this before they throw you into Hot Top Volcano. Oh, my car looks kind of uglier now, I'll be honest. I was like trying to make it orange for, you know, the stream theme, but no, you specifically have to spin it counterclockwise. Oh, hang on. Let me switch back. There we go. I think basically everybody has like a new voice as well. It's just like, yeah. It feels like they couldn't reprise, like, get anybody to reprise the voice roles. Like, I don't know if that had anything to do with, like, the Microsoft buyout. Like, I have no idea how much of, like, this game was influenced by the Microsoft buyout. Because obviously some of it definitely was, you know. But, I mean, you know, how much was? I don't know. I get these coins so I can, I don't know, do funny things. Maybe. I could do funny things, depending on your definition of funny. You know, you can have like a different view of the map. despite like the vocals being more clear, they are somehow still not clear. Alright, here we go. Time to fight whatever the dinosaur was called. I remember. Hey kid, you are doing really well. Now it's time to race me. This is your first time. I will go easy on you. Okay kid, let's go. This ain't this ain't how it goes in the first game. They would not go easy on you in the first game. None of that. No, I'd say the remade music is still pretty good as well. That was like a slightly different sound font, I guess, done. I was kind of expecting it to be like, oh, it's just going to be like the original, but I guess bit crushed. But no, it's still pretty good. I'm still down for it. I hate that the balloons do not like get replaced that they do in the original. You just have to like randomly use whatever item you've got. I feel like they made the road wider as well. I feel like they made that shorter as well. Wow. Don't worry, I'm not gonna try and just make this like be a oh, the game's not the original, I'm gonna whinge. But yeah. This is the balloon touch challenge. This is a new thing. Use Taj's magic carpet to fly around one lap of the track, using the stylus to pop as many balloons as you can. If you have time, drag coins into your pouch. To complete the challenge, you must gain enough balloons to pass the bronze mark. Okay, so you can actually look around. So yeah, I guess this is their way of being like, okay, like it was a bit, you know, just having to like go through and do like all the tracks twice. Not even, you have to do the tracks like 3 times really. Because you have to do them the first time, you'd have to do them in the trophy race, and you'd have to do the silver coin challenge. So I guess like to counteract that, they were like, okay, we'll make it so that the silver coin challenge is different. And it's this weird thing. It's a bit completely different. But it's different bad, you know? Don't know, but it's different. Diddy Kong Racing, but it's Pokemon Snap, but you've got a sniper rifle. Yeah. Also, hey Adam, how are you doing? Following challenge track has been unlocked. Achieve at least bronze on each balloon touch challenge to unlock more. Okay, I'll give that a go, game. I'm pretty sure you have to do that anyway just to beat the game, but yeah. Oh wait, whoop. Let's go to Fossil Canyon. Tap some more. I think that's the thing though, like, I could just like go, oh no, it's different, I don't like different. But I'm kind of fine with it being different for the sake of like the stream entertainment, you know? Because like, this is stuff that I wouldn't have done not even one of them, didn't do last year when I played the game. Couldn't have done it on the original. It's something new, something different. That means if it gets like stupidly difficult towards the end of the game as well, it'll get stupidly difficult in a different way. Get out of the way, tree. Ooh, only missed 2. Yeah, I got all the coins though. I did notice that we've now got 50 coins, which means we can buy either the billboard editor or the custom sounds. Please drive backwards. Bumper. 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 Thank you. Don't know why he doesn't like doing that. In a completely different track. That's like, I wouldn't have really been able to tell you what like the original, what was up with the original track. They were like, oh shit, we gotta change this, you know? Oh, I missed 2 again. Damn. Not that I don't necessarily like the new track. I like it, you know. I like the weird vocals that they have in it. It took me by surprise the first time. But one of those sorts of things that they change and you go, what? Why was that changed, you know? Like, it's obvious why they couldn't have Banjo and Conker in the game. You know, because this was at a time when consoles were a little less friendly with each other. You know, I'm sure if they were to remake Diddy Kong Racing now, you know, they'd try and get like Banjo and Conker purely for like the fan service. But you know, that wasn't a fan service wasn't a thing back in the day, back in this day at least. I don't know, you certainly weren't going to expect rival console companies to be friendly with each other. Yeah, as I said, it's almost kind of a miracle we got this game in the first place. You know? Wow. They like, so that's like in the original, that's like the eat shit turn. They kind of fixed it, I guess. I'm sorry, what exactly did they fail there? No, I don't know either. Oh, hang on. So getting, what's his name? I'm pretty sure it's a bit easier. You know what, in fact, I'm not even sure this will be how you get drumstick. I don't even remember how you get drumstick. I know there's like a frog with like a chicken thing on its head. I don't know what you call them. The little, you know, mohawks that they have. I don't know what, like, but like there'll be a frog with like that on his head. But I don't know, like, I'm sure there's like, oh, it spawns after this. I don't know. Ah, there we go. Oh, there we go. Because it's definitely not after doing that. I mean, the funny thing is, drumstick fucking suck. Hey, drumstick for playing only. How are you doing? From the original N64 DKR. Nice. I've seen that much gameplay of the DS version. Doesn't compare. Yeah, I haven't played this in a long time. I remember enjoying it, well, like when I played it when I was young. But I don't know. I'm sure I'll still probably prefer going back to the original. Come on. I said I'm doing this, and at least in the original, drumstick fucking sucks. It probably sucks in this one as well. Come on. Come on. Get your hands on the 64, play the original. No, I have played the original game. The original has a really soft spot in my heart because it was the first game I ever owned. I actually played it last year on stream. I thought I'd play this one for the comparison, and because why not, you know? Ah! There we go. Well done, you have unlocked Drumstick. He is now a playable character in both single player and multiplayer. Wow. There we go, let's actually try and do this one successfully now. It's funny actually, I think the Diddy Kong Racing, the original, was actually the game that originally got me into speedrunning as well. It was like one of the first speedruns I discovered was Tofu doing STTQ 2013, I think. But yeah, that was one of the first games that got me into speedrunning. Whereabouts in the UK am I? West Midlands. Yeah, I've always had a sentimental spot for this, for the original DKR. It came out on my birthday, first game I ever owned. First game that got me into speedrunning. Yeah. I've heard of Obio. I think I've watched his streams a few times. I don't think I've heard of Tried and Tale. I sometimes pop into speedrun streams of DKR sometimes. I don't really keep that much up with speedrunning anymore, but I sometimes like to check it out, keep it on the background and stuff. Hey, I didn't somehow accidentally miss one of the tokens this time. Give me the plane.
Select a vehicle. Alakazam.
Let's go. man, 2. Okay. they let you go to this place quite early. Just... Ooh, that could have gone a little bit worse, but I'm glad it didn't. Ah, there we go. That's a little worse. I'm kind of like both surprised and not surprised that nobody's like gotten a full run of cutscene skips. Thought I had a power up for some reason. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Miss all those coins right at the end. Oh well.
Frosty Village.
Still find those like mini games in the beginning weird. It was like I really would rather just like hold the button, but now it's just like, okay, pick up the stylus, put it back down. Oh. I know it's also Taj didn't give me the boost advice at the end of the first boss. I'm pretty sure it still is a thing as well. Like, at least definitely in the original there's a mechanic of if you like let go of the accelerate before you hit a boost, you get like a better boost. And it feels like that's in this as well. But usually like he tells you that at the end of the first boss race. I guess he didn't. This is like truly hidden knowledge. What are the coins for? You can like buy stuff in this one. So you can buy like a bunch of like optional weird fun stuff. You can also buy upgrades, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I didn't have enough money to check out the upgrade the last time I was there. So I don't even know what it would do. I think they're like upgrades as well. It's been a long time since I've played this version of the game, I'll be honest. Oh, you can also buy like a couple new tracks as well. There are like a new tracks. They made like, I think just 4 new ones. They basically just made like a new cup. But yeah, you can buy them as well. I think some new characters, some like unlockables. It's basically like where all the unlockable stuff is. But yeah, I'll go back. I'll go back and do a bit more window shopping now that I've got a little bit more coin. Cool. Where's the exit? There it is. Big ol' letters. Is Taj playable in this version? He actually is. He actually is a playable character. I think he's like one of the like last characters you can unlock. Or he's like one of the most famous. I don't remember exactly, but like.
How can I help?
But yeah, you can actually play him, and he's like. I don't think he's like max stats. It's like. I think he's max everything besides handling. So he just goes really fast, but you basically just can't control him. Yes, let's buy that. Oh, it adds a spoiler on. Okay. I don't know if that actually made any difference. Like, it said performance upgrade, but it's like... I don't know. Oh, hang on though. Choose from a selection of special bodyworks. Helps improve the handling and cornering of the vehicle, helps improve the acceleration, helps improve top speed. Handling is sacrificed for a custom look. Okay, well, we don't have the money for that. We don't have the money for any of this. It's all a little bit out of our price range currently. Oh well. At least we got the spoiler. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna make my car look nicer again. I thought that the orange would be a bit nice, but though that might be more because of yeah, no. This is definitely a the fact that I'm using like a Nintendo DS like forwarder thing. So I'm like not actually playing on like cartridge. I'm playing on like I don't know. I guess I'm playing off like an SD card. But that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Personalize game. No. I think we've really got enough for any of the other unlockables. People are going to take a drink as soon as like I basically get back into control. Let's go back here. There's more snow races. I feel of Peach Wonderland Adventure 2. Yes, those are still on this version. And you still have to like... I'm pretty sure you still have to do like all the wacky stuff to unlock them. Though I think it's like more... They made it like more obvious that there's like an Adventure 2. But it's like on the menu but just like crossed out. Ooh, new music for some reason. You get the key. You attempt to get the key. Is what the hidden tracks are. Yeah, I don't remember them all that well. Oh, well, at least Crunch is having a hard time as well. But yeah, as I said, I didn't play like too much of this version, or like I played it quite a bit when I was a kid, but it's been a long time since I was a kid. How am I gonna come back from this? Well, I overtook somebody. Oh gosh, that is not gonna come back with that sort of racing. No. I don't think that happens in the original. The whiz pig just comes down and laughs at you. Let's try that again, but now that I don't have to get the key this time, it'll be all good. What's it? Kind of just wanted to honk at her. Oh, okay. Oh, gosh, come on. Oi! See you, Tip Top. I think Gypsy just ran over one of my oil. Nice, there we go. In the bag this time. There we go. Let's peek on over to the wish door. Oh god. I think I may have accidentally been on the small screen that time. Yeah, that whole past race. Whoops. Ooh. Ooh, cheeky. Ooh, dead. It's okay, it's okay. I can make a comeback with that one boost. And if there's like a... I was gonna say, and if there was a turn that TT can't do, but I think he might be fine. I was gonna say I kind of would have preferred the magnet, but I don't even know. I feel like I'm too far behind for the magnet to be useful. Yeah. Don't really do a whole lot. No! Stop falling off, you div! Oh, this is a disaster. Now it's definitely... Well, it was already a disaster. Now it's like... Well, beyond saving, I think. That's the thing. I think if TT hasn't fallen off, then he's not gonna. I think it's the way the computer works, and it's if like if there's a place they'll fall off every single time. But that ain't happening. From downtown. You know what? I wasn't expecting it to like follow down and then go back up. I wonder if I'll still get the TT piece. No. Unsurprisingly. Right, let's try this again, but with less falling off. And I guess more victory. Let's put it there. This will screw him up, I bet. I don't think it will, but... Oh! It almost screwed me up! Oh! Man, he's actually going for me. Don't think I was close enough to do anything there. Really? Ooh, there we go. There we go. I got a bit on him there. That's not bad. That's not bad. Ooh. It's a shame there's no like slipstream like there is in Mario. Playing a bit dirty there. But you gotta. Oh, I think I made him fall off. I think I like bumped him off the road or something. That or he just really got taken back by the shield hit. I wonder if they still got David Wise to do the music for this one. Because I like nowadays when you get like a remake, it feels like they rarely ever get like the original composers. Or if they do, they'll get like they'll do like a track or something. I wonder if they still got David Wise to do the music for this one. I feel like the new tracks still sound like they fit with the other songs. Speeding now. Oops. We're speeding now and missing boosts and missing coins. I'm sorry, why are you picking up coins? You don't need them? You don't need the coins crunch? Go away. Oh gosh. You know, I wonder if the water's still bouncy in this one. Like, I both want to find out and don't want to find out. I think that would be like if they did a remake of this game. No bouncy ice this time. Very sad. I wasn't intentionally trying to find out. I was just bad. I think if they did a remake of Diddy Kong Racing again, I think it'd be really cool if they like managed to get like basically combined like all the stuff from the games this and from like the original and DS. Yeah, just for it to be like, oh cool, they got, you know, they added like the new tracks and all like the weird customization that was in the DS version. This ain't going so well this time. Oh, got him! Absolutely stolen that first place. Crunch is mad. I get all the yeah, I have. Right, let's go see the walrus then. You could unlock me as a playable character. Beat all my ghost plans on every track with every available vehicle in single race mode. Thanks, DT. You're a pain in the ass to unlock. I still don't even think when I played this one, I like had the patience or the ability to to unlock DT. Oh, there you go. Here you go. I don't know where the mic is on this. I thought I knew, but maybe I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't work. No, it definitely worked because it picked me. It picked like it up a little bit. Well, okay, I was going to say for some reason, but I know exactly the reason. I expected him to go, whoo-hey! And that's because that's the noise. Oh, I don't remember his name. Wazza, I think it might be Wazza. But the walrus from Banjo-Kazooie. That's like the noise he makes just going around his race. He goes, whoo-hey! Whoo-hey! No problem, no problem. I don't mind people lurking here. Oh, I haven't got this. I like missed every single boost on the way down. Of course I didn't get it. Okay, I'm gonna be ready now. I'm ready again. I'm ready immediately. Come on, let's do this. Right, I'm pretty sure it's... Okay, you gotta be like really specific. You gotta like really... It's got like absolutely tiny preface for the microphone. I don't remember where they put the microphone on the original DS. Alright, let me get some boosts this time. We can all be all good to go. No. Oh. No. Oh, that's not good. Not good at all. Oh, and that, if I managed to hit him, that could have been like slightly good. No, though, no good. Nope. Well, at least they managed to carry over the hovercraft being just just a rough time. Right, let's go this time. Right. Oh god. You like turn the hovercraft and it's like, well, you're committed to that turn for the rest of your life. And I'm definitely out of here again. God, if these are the wars, I can't even imagine the hell that I'm gonna have to go through for the octopus. He is a nightmare. Oof, oof, this is going bad. I guess at least in this one, I can buy like upgrades to basically go, no, I don't feel like being bad anymore. Oh, good, good. Good, good. No, I'm glad I missed that. I didn't want it. Oh god. But you carry me to the finish line. No, 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 no. I was hoping he was just gonna push me. Alright, I'm not going till I'm one. I've got to do this eventually. I may as well just do it now. Oh gosh. They put that in such an awkward space. Because I always think it's straight on. It's just straight on, and then it never is. And I never remember. It's okay. If he tries to get ahead of me this time, I've got a game plan. And the game plan is a weapon. The game plan is I'm ready to pop a cap in him. I don't think I'll need to. He's getting closer though. He's getting closer. There we go. Oh, you're gonna go to most of these places. At some point, I gotta go back and do, what's it called? You gotta do Hot Top Volcano. Oh shit. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I could have got more, but I kind of at the end I was like, I'm not gonna get the gold, so no point. I don't think getting. You know what? I don't even know what like getting more than bronze does, if anything. Slightly disorientating there. I did not actually know, but those last two were. Did not see them. But that was still pretty good. That's pretty good. I guess I don't really mind these like the new silver coin challenges. Like they're obviously very different. I don't necessarily think just because it's different it's bad. Obviously, I mean, it does kind of, it's weird because it does kind of mean, well, there's less racing in the racing game. So it's like, well, yeah, but in the original, you just like had to do like the same tracks like 3 times. It's kind of weird. Whereas this, you know, it's like, oh yeah, you're doing the same tracks, but you're doing something else through them, you know? You won this already, go away, stop it. Stop trying to win again. We're gonna do some fancy loop-de-loops here. I feel it would have been slightly better if you could like, if you were able to like look around with D-pad, and then like popping, like the touchscreen was exclusively for like the popping and dragging instead of also the looking around. Ah! Oh! here. Right, time for round 2 with the Funky Walrus. I don't know why he's funky, but he is. Watch out for the trees, yeah. Watch out for the not being able to turn on the piece of shit hovercraft. Nope. This is exactly just like, wherever I was blowing was not the spot. Oh, come on, bumper. Oh god. He's already won. Oh, he did watch out for the trees and I didn't. Maybe I did, just in the wrong way, you know. I watched out for the trees and hit them. Oh. He didn't warn me about the snowballs, so that's on him. I mean, I didn't fire it all the way I was facing. But then the hovercraft isn't exactly good for facing the way you want to go. Like, turning in the hovercraft is basically, okay, we'll face you in like a new direction, but you'll continue going in the same direction. Alright, let me go back to Fossil Canyon. No, it's Dino Domain. Fossil Canyon's the track. Dino Domain, and do the. I want to say it seems tricky. Like it's a tricky Triceratops, or that might be. That might be. Wait, what? Oh no, of course, I didn't do Hot Top Volcano. Volcano? Yeah. Hot Top Volcano. I wonder if David Wise has ever shared the knowledge of like the vocals on this song. Because I gotta assume it's like a sample or something, I don't know. This makes too much sense to not be. Or it doesn't make enough sense to be, I don't know. No, this is very weird. Right. Now we can go back. That was appalling. Well, it's not like I'm gonna... It's not like I really needed that. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Just go through it, yeah, why not? You're ready, come back and see me. I have a special touch challenge for you to attempt. There we go, we got a bit of the Whiz Pig amulet. Oh yeah. I'm assuming the touch challenge is just the coin challenge, but on the boss map. Oh, I give you 100 coins. You just start spin the wheel and create your racing pass. Collect weapons. What?
Get ready. Go.
Oh. Oh, this is just bizarre. Okay. I mean that's confusing to wrap my head around. And playing tricks on my mind. I think I might leave that for now. I think that's all optional stuff as well. How many coins do I got? Will it share with me? 97. Yeah, we can do a bit of spending.
How can I help you?
Let's get some of that hovercraft in. That's your body work. Yeah. Yes, yeah. There we go. Now we got better handling, apparently. I'm ready for you this time, Walrus.
Snowflake Mountain.
I wonder if he has the character names in the manual. I doubt it, but... I will never know if this guy has a name or not. I said we'll never know. Yeah. Maybe he already does, and it's revealed in the original. Right, I've got ultimate steering this time. It's wank. I hate it. No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. No, I still hate it. Oh shit, yep, no, I hate it. Not necessarily the steering. Well, no, I do hate the steering, but it's not necessarily the fault of the bodywork I had done. It's because the hovercraft sucks, just in general. That was just awful in every degree. Nope. Nope, 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 no. I feel like I did better than I was doing. But obviously that's not really enough. I might not have actually been the play. It might have been better to hold on to that. Oh god. Oh no. Give me the missile. I'm gonna have to shoot him, I know it. Made it sound like I'm putting him down. Oh, I'm gonna have to shoot him. I'll gladly shoot this motherfucker. Go, go! I think we're good. Yeah. There you go, only 2 parts remain. I want to try to take a chance for this because it feels like it would be easier on this one. Since it's dude, if you beat me, I'll give you 100 coins. Clear the route by tapping on obstructions with your stylus. Here, your hovercraft as it steer your hovercraft as it do this. Mounted by using the control pad. If I overtake you, then you lose. Okay. That's different. Yeah. No. There we go.
Go!
Yeah, I'd like to know what I hit. Oh, there's motherfucking people throwing snowballs at me. Oi! Well, I can tell you for certainty, I do not remember the touch challenges. Here, take my money. Yeah, give me your fucking money, you prick. You know what I'm gonna do with this money? I'm gonna buy personalized billboards and I'm gonna put something stupid on the side of the road. It's tempting to just say penis, but I like to think I'm, you know, I can think a little bit further outside of the box. But I'm attempting to, and all I'm thinking is penis. The coin challenge. Oh, so the silver coin challenge is still in here. It's just like an optional thing. Billboard editor. Yes. Yes. Give me that billboard editor, boy. Edit the billboard. Your billboards. Okay. Because I am a very mature person, okay? Let me just... Yeah, the classic. Oh, that's a bit of a shit penis. That wasn't a good penis. No. There we go. That's a good penis. There you go. Traditional penis out of the way. Oh, yeah, we get 4 more. Okay. I want to do something. Let's clear it. No. We'll leave it at that for now. We'll leave it at those 3. And you know what, we'll also buy the personalized sounds, because why not ruin the game even further? Sound recorder. Okay. Gah! Fuck me! I don't know why I'm doing it in this voice. I didn't even. I want to listen back to it. Fuck me! Fuck me! I'm a fucking child. Eat shit, wankers! Eat shit, wankers! Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh, for fuck's sake! Let me try that one again. Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh, for fuck's sake! Later, shithead! Later, shithead! I don't think there's any more. I wish there was one for horn. Alright, so I think I'm about to have turned Bumper into a fucking northerner. Alright, let's go have some races. See, this is the kind of stuff that, like, if they were to do a remake, I'd want them to keep, like, this extra stuff in, because that would be fantastic. Yeah, there's some good stuff in the remake and the DS version. Oh, oh God. Oh, they made that bigger. Oh, there you go, there's a little fuck on the side. I wish there were more sound effects you could fuck with. There's a giant fuck on the ship. You've turned this poor character into something from Conker's Bad Birthday. I really have. Go, 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 go! You know, if they won't put Conker in the game, I'll have to bring the Conker to the game, you know? Oh shit, this is the one with the, what's it called? With the key in. Oh, somebody's gonna come in at some point and be like really confused. Eat shit, wankers. Oh wait, oh fuck. I can't go back to get the key. No, America is missing, yeah. Wait, where the fuck am I going? Oh, Jesus. Nope. Entirely sure I got caught on there. They changed like the first part of this track. That's why like I got like caught off guard. Oh my god. Why is the whale like this? I think we're gonna hear her for fuck's sake in a minute. The other way. Out of our way. I feel like this is, you know, the embodiment of I am a simple man enjoying simple things.
Pirate Lagoon.
Ran out of breath. The game is too hard on us oldies. You know what? There's something I hadn't thought about. I'm officially like I think I'm officially in my mid-20s now. So for context, for people who don't know, it was my birthday yesterday, and I just turned 24. Happy birthday to me yesterday. Yeah, like, I don't know if 23 counts as your mid-20s, but 24 definitely does. I'm getting old. I'm getting old, it's weird. And yet, I'm still clearly a child in some ways, as you may be able to tell. I thought it would like rotate the banners, but all it's given me is the fuck one. I don't want the fuck one. I wanted like a variety. Oi, where the fuck are you going, Bumper? You gotta get this. Okay. Oh, where the fuck are you going? Where are you going? I think the thing I like is you can clearly tell on some of the voice lines. Like immediately after the voice line ended, I laughed. Like you could tell that I was just not even gonna like hold it back. Oh shit, I didn't realize there was a boost there. So I went like straight into the water. I'd say water. The green juice, the jello. Completely new song again. Again, I have no idea why. But, I don't know. Okay, that time that was my fault. That's the thing, I feel like you'd think they like replace some of the songs. If there was like, if it had like the Mario Kart 64 problem of like some of the tracks repeat for some, like some of the songs repeat for some of the tracks. But as far as I remember, it doesn't. And maybe it doesn't, I just genuinely don't remember. Ah, for fuck's sake. Fucking awful performance there. Alright. See you, Whispig. Thanks for stopping by.
Treasure case.
Still gonna be amused by it. It'll be like the end of the game, and I'll like overtake Whispig, and let's shithead, and I'll still chuckle. I'll still find it funny. Bollocks. That's the thing, I do like the new music. This is one of the things that, like, it's not as ingrained into my memory because of, like, how much more I've played the original, you know? Like, I know all the original tracks because of how much I've played the original. I mean, that's the thing. As you can tell, I didn't really remember I didn't even remember they had, like, new tracks for some of the songs, because it was like that first one in Dino Domain. Just like, oh shit, that's a completely different song. Right. Oh god, it's octopus time. There's gonna be a lot of go in this one. I'm telling you now. Oh, kid, are you ready to get wet? No, sir. Get the fuck away from me. But you know what? They may have made this easier. I don't know. They definitely nerfed the dinosaur. I mean, they made it so they don't just immediately make a run for it at the beginning of the race as well. Oh, wasted. Oh! I'm sorry, where are my sound effects? Is it too serious of a moment to have some go? I can't believe they would take it out of the boss fights. Well, I guess when I finally beat Wizpig, I'm gonna have to manually say eat shit wanker. I guess wankers. I think my DS will be able to tell that there's only one person in the race. Okay. I think we might be good. Yeah, we good.
Treasure case.
Was it this one? No, this is the one I just did. That was close. That's the worst I've done on one of them. That's almost not going to get the key from the.
Pirate Lagoon.
Don't remember which one it was. I gotta go get it.
Ready, go.
Well, still managed to get silver on that one. Too bad. Oh shit, am I on... This is one of the ones where I needed to stop the screen again.
Crescent Island.
You may have to like tell me if like this if like the screen with the main action on is small, because it's just so much swapping back and forth. I'm gonna forget occasionally. Oh god, this one's going terrible. Yeah, so that's the one that's got the key in this area. I don't know if they're gonna let me do it first to get it straight away. Nope. You've already won this one. Aren't there any more? It's like, yeah, but there's more stuff in there. Let me go back. Yeah, you've missed so many that you don't even notice you've missed. Was that all of them? Yep. Alright, round 2. Oh, this time you got bubble. Holy shit. Oh, fuck me. No, I just realized this, they probably didn't let you use like the custom sounds over multiplayer either. Like, I don't think they'd let you do that like these days either. Just because of people like me who would record themselves going, fuck me! And like, oh, some kid would have to hear me going, fuck, if he overtook me or something. And basically that would ruin the entire service. Feel like it's in the bag now. in the bag. Oi. Oh, thought I let it out the bag for a second, but no, it's still in there. It's still in there. Alright, shrimp to burn a piece of the amulet. You've earned a piece of the omelette. Yum yum. Well, we may as well see what his touch challenge is. I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, touch challenge sounds a little bit weird. I'm not sure I like the phrase touch challenge. Hey kid, need some cash? Beat me again and I'll give you 100 coins. Use the stylus to create your racing path. Don't avoid any obstructions. To collect weapons, if you're driving them or tap them with eyes. Okay. I think it's this one. It's like the one that we did with the No. Don't know what it wanted there. Nah, fuck these ones. I think I was on the small screen again for the bloody boss fight. Just, god damn it. I just keep forgetting to swap over. Wait, I don't think it is there anymore. Unless they've changed what... No, they changed where it was. I don't know, well, I guess because it's the other way, but... Hey, Deca, how are you doing? Yeah, I'm not doing too bad. If I could just leave. It will still count. Yes, good. There it is. It's a T. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Oh, I think I made a good decision putting the oh, I completely forgot it, but I stopped doing the races for a little bit and I completely forgot about that. I put the starting line in a good spot though. No! Oh, not go! Bad go! GT just falls off everywhere. You know, that was basically the challenge of making these maps. It's just like, how many times could you get the CPU to fall off of it? Try and get it to fall off of like every single turn. Oh, ah. I still wish you could do custom horn. Like, maybe that's all I want out of a Diddy Kong Racing remake, is I want more customizable sounds. I want like every single sound file to be customized. Ooh, only one part left. I know I can unlock you as a playable character. What did he say? He said, "Eat shit, wankers." Oh shit, another challenge. Extinguish all the torches highlighted on your map by blowing on them. I'll give you 60 seconds. Okay. Goes. Think there's any in here? Oh. Fucking. Ah. Oh well. Alright. I want to go back and change the billboard. I want, since there's only one, but you only get one billboard, I'm gonna make it the one that we can all enjoy. No, I didn't want to do this again. I wanted to go to your wish menu. Whatever. Let me switch this. This is gonna be good this time. I'm not trying to chat, you silly dumbass. I was doing like the Mario Kart DS thing where I was like tilting alongside it then. Like that would help. You must be popped out after all that blowing. Here, do this thing. Yeah, thanks. No, I don't. I just want to go to the wish menu. Right, I'm not talking to anyone. I'm going inside the tent. Shit, okay. So I think that there's only like one token at a time. It's not just like a bunch of tokens and it's like, this is the closest one. It's not just gonna rotate between these two, is it? Oh no, they got a third one. Okay. Can't go through there. I don't know why that area is locked off. The whole thing down here. Really sure that I actually picked that up for a second. Oh no. I think it's safe to say he's got that one. Yeah, no, okay. the thought for a second was like, maybe he hasn't. Yay. I'm not talking to you again, Taj. I'm going in your tent instead.
How can I help you?
Personalized game. Edit billboard. Nope. Not that one. Status favorite. There we go. What could we buy with 71 coins? It's actually worth buying at the moment. Nothing. I guess it's vehicle upgrades. Yeah, I mean, I guess I may as well upgrade the plane since we're going to be using it. I don't think I can afford any of the other ones. You got any more wacky missions for us, Taj?
Hello, friend.
Absolutely not. Okay. I'll see you later then. Alright, I want to go to that like little beach area. Taj sounds like the guy from Doshin the Giant. Yeah, I hear it, yeah. So I would like to do whatever this thing is. Let me do. Oh, there's no string. Yay! Right, now I'm gonna see what this is all about. No? Nope, okay. I don't know what that one is at the moment. Yeah, onwards to more racing.
Dragon Forest.
I thought that said random forest then. I was like, I think that's what it was called.
Greenwood Village.
Swap that over now whilst it's in my memory.
Lap 2.
Oh, cool. Timber's trying to catch up a little bit. Whoa! Oh, fuck off. Oh, God. I like that the sound effect for using the what's it called, the item, only really makes sense in the context of either using like the missile or the boost. It kind of doesn't really make sense on any of the other ones. Oh yes, right at the end, victory. We love to see it.
Boulder Canyon. Get ready.
Oh, hang on, this is another one with the key. It's still got the key up here. Then they got the traditional key as well. Fancy. Go! No, wrong way! I don't know what those little tokens do. The one I just picked up. I have no idea what it does. Maybe something good. Presumably something good. But truthfully, I do not know. Good. Going terrible. And it's only partly because I picked up the key.
Lap 2.
How did I miss that? Hey, Ibums, how are you doing? Good, that's good to hear. I think they fixed the logs somehow. How much different is this from the original? It's got some changes here and there. So, there's like a few new Taj challenges instead of just the ones where you race him. There's a couple of new tracks, but they're not in the adventure mode. They're just like, they're essentially just for like the verses and time trial. A little bit of new music here and there. The silver coin challenge is basically like a bonus thing, and like that's like it's a completely different thing now. There's no banjo and no conker. No. Instead we've got Dixie and Tiny Kong, that is. But yeah, there's quite a few differences, but I think it's still alright. Yeah, I don't know how long after the Microsoft buyout this was, but it was like around about this time. I think it might have actually like been like, I want to say this might have been in production during the buyout, like when the buyout happened, which is why we even like got the game. Ooh. Oh, there's also like what's it called? There's like custom race tracks. So there's like a track builder as well, which I remember enjoying when I was a kid. I remember enjoying and getting a bit of fun out of the track builder. So why does the guy swear? It's a good question. It's very weird considering the game's 3+, but no, the guy swears because there's a feature in this where you can put in your own sound effects. So I did. So you can use like the microphone on the 3DS and put in your own recordings for some of the sound effects. And I did exactly what I could think of, which was just swear, basically.
Final lap.
I was saying earlier, I wish I could have more sound effects, you know, like, we've only got a few, but I wish I had more to, like, replace. Unfortunately, I don't think you can see it on this level, but there's also, like, personalized billboards. Oh, no, you can, it's just I skipped the bit where you can see it. Okay. Didn't see that. Oh, no, you can see it there, you can see it there. There you go.
Haunted Woods. Get ready.
graphics already looks different. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. It felt like it looked different, you know, the start. Who did I overtake? That's like my overtaking sound. I wonder if like on my old files I have any like custom sound effects and stuff. Like I know on like my old files I did have like a custom track on the track editor, and it was a penis, because of course it was. Like I was looking at my old files before the stream and I was like, oh, my track is like, well, my custom track is just in the shape of a penis. I feel like I probably did maybe do the well, I don't know, because like maybe I would have done the custom sound effects, but I don't know. I don't know how I managed to get in there, but okay. Thought I would have wasted that for a second. Hitting the tree. That would have been any good. Oh no. Keep going faster. That could have been bad, but I think I managed to. Me holding on to that boost was quite good. Worked well for me. Hey, go on. Oh, no, keep going quick. Come on. Don't take that balloon. Good. Hey, there we go. Alright, boss time. Yeah, I did get the key. I couldn't remember for a second when I got the key. There's one thing I will say is nice about revisiting it is, I kind of worried that the music wouldn't be that good. I was like, oh, it's just gonna be kind of like bit crushed versions of the original. But no, I'd still say it sounds pretty good. I do like even some of the new tracks. I don't know why there's new music for some of the tracks, but I do like some of the tracks. I think it's, I don't know, I think maybe Pirate Lagoon, I think it was. I like that one. That was good.
Final lap.
That's it. I don't know if they got David Wise back for this one, but whoever they got as the composer, they like found like a couple of more vocal samples or something that they wanted to use. the original, there was just like the weird one for Hot Top Volcano. And they tried to find it. They were like, hey, you know what? Let's find some normal vocal samples this time. A bit risky there. Yeah, so people who haven't seen the one of the new like things, they replaced like the silver coin challenges with something slightly different.
Ready.
Hang on, let me actually put the right screen in focus again, and then we go.
Go.
So yeah, so instead of like the silver coin challenges where you gotta like get all the silver coins around the track, there's just you gotta like pop a bunch of balloons whilst going like an auto scroller thing. I don't think it's that bad. It's a bit different and it's a bit weird considering it's a racing game, but like I don't know, like I can understand that kind of being like a problem in the original, where it's like you have to do like the same races a bunch of times. It sounds terrible. I think the only thing like, if you like really had to do this, then I would have kind of preferred instead of, so currently to like look around you've got to drag the stylus. I think it would work better if you could look around with the D-pad and then you just tap with, you just like pop things with the stylus or whatever. I think it also might have worked better in like the kind of opposite the way they did it. So, because they do still have the silver coin challenges in this game, but they're just sort of like a bonus challenge thing. I think it kind of maybe would have worked better if this was like the bonus thing rather than the silver coin challenges. Ooh, only 2. I got all the coins though. Not bad. I guess that's the thing. Like, it's a bit weird and different, and it's not kind of like, it's not the good kind of weird that you'd want for a racer. You know, like Crash Team Racing had like some like weird like extra challenges. Like, you know, it had like the CTR tokens and the time relics and stuff like that. But that was still all within the context of racing. Even the crystal challenges, where you kind of had to go around like these battle arenas. I think they still kind of made sense in the context of a racing game. Where this doesn't really. I'm pretty sure I had on, I don't remember exactly how long it said on like how long to beat. But I think I might actually be able to get through this game today. I had it down as like a 2-parter, I'm sure. Like, I'm not that far off, like, just the sort of normal ending, like, you know. Like, after this, I gotta do a boss fight again, and then it's Whizpig 1. Not a lot of coins there. That's quite a short track though, so you just have to like squish all the balloons in. There's one of the things I think as to why it's probably a lot shorter is it definitely feels like they've made the game a lot easier. Like, I think so far the only times I've failed a race have been when I've had to go out of my way to grab a key. But I failed a couple of the boss races as well. Like, I failed the Walrus a few times. Well, I suppose we'll see how Whizpig is. I think that's but although like changing this silver coin challenge, like made it like the new silver coin challenges. Like I don't think I've failed a single one so far. Whereas the silver coin challenges in the original were like stupid difficult, especially around here. If Witchpick doesn't take 3 hours, it's not a true DKR game. Yeah. Right. Well, I want to see what his touch challenge is. Just out of the sheer curiosity. Don't beat me again. If you win, I'll give you 100 gold pieces. Okay. Use that stars to fly the pain of yours. Push up and down on the control pad to speed up or slow down. Touch the center of the yoke to fire a weapon. Okay.
Get ready. Go.
Well, this is... I feel like this is where the challenge is. It's doing like the touch challenges. Because like the easiest one so far was like the walrus one. Because that was basically just... that was just the regular race, except there was an auto accelerate. This one's like a bit weird to get your head around. It's very easy to just like tilt up when you don't really want to. And I guess to win this one, you gotta really utilize the sort of the homing rockets. I'm surprised I failed that one. Let's get the final piece of the TT amulet. Draw any track you like, and I will challenge you on it. Ooh. Could I draw a penis? Ha ha ha. Ooh. Very funky penis. Yes, there we go. Yeah, why not? Because it doesn't happen in like the boss races, I just genuinely kind of forget. Like after doing the trophy, the what's it called? After doing all like the silver coin challenges and the boss race, I just forget. It's penis race. Oh no! I fell off the balls. Check it out. Yeah, like that little bit where it's just a little bit crooked, there's like a dent in it. That's a difficult part to open the track. It's a hard part of the track. You dead, TT. You dead. He dead. Can't believe he dead. You think I could skip part of the track? Maybe. I don't know how much you would like that. I don't know how it does, like, because usually racing games have like I don't know, like invisible checkpoints, I guess. There's probably a better word for it, but I can't think of it. I don't know how it would do on this one, on like the custom tracks. Yay. The TT amulet is now complete. I always forget what the TT amulet does, but it's like required for like right at the end. It's required for something in Future Funland, I'm pretty sure. Enter the mouth and defeat Wizpig. Like, I guess that is what I'm doing, but it feels like it could be phrased better. What do you want, Worm? Do you really think... Oops, I accidentally skipped. It's nowhere near as intimidating as the original.
Ready.
Super Auto Pets, free game on Steam. I've actually seen that. It looks interesting. Like, I could probably check that out for a stream. See what it's like, you know. It's actually pretty deep and addictive. I can kind of see it being a game that I get addicted to off screen. Yeah. Oops, that's not good. It's like one of those. I don't know. Maybe it's maybe I'm thinking the wrong thing, but like there was a bunch of like auto. I'm sure they're called like auto chess or something. There was like a bunch of like Dota and League were like getting into a while ago. I think it's supposed to be something like that, but I don't know. Maybe I'm completely wrong with that. But from what I've actually seen of it, it looks alright. I'm sorry, don't know why that didn't go fast. Ah yes, the failed fanfare. Right, well, let's see what he actually has to say this time. Oh, never mind, it skipped. Whoa. How is that one supposed to go?
Lap 2.
You're falling into the water, not where I like fell into the water when Wizpig stepped on me, but like the time before. That's like completely beyond my control, because that's just where the boost is facing. Also, it's daytime. Maybe it's because I'm bumper. I don't know. But it didn't take me as long as it did in the original. No, I can't believe you have beaten me. You may have saved this world, but I doubt you are good enough to catch me again. Have you tried the trophy races or found all of the keys yet? Yippee, let's party! Sorry to break up the party, worms! That's like what he says in the original. I don't know why they couldn't get the voice acting. Too heavy for the DS, I guess. Well, so that's Diddy Kong Racing DS. But of course it isn't. Well, it is, but there's more. And I think we can still get, I think we're good to get the rest of it. But while the credits play, I am going to be right back real quick. So I shall see you in a sec. And I'm back. Oh, I think I may have missed if they said who did the music. I don't know. I don't know if they got David Wise for this again. Yeah, I missed who did the music. Copyrights of certain characters reserved by Rare. Why don't you visit Ties? Maybe he'll have some new surprises for you. Yeah, I suppose I will. Why not, you know?
How can I help you?
Alright, let's see what new surprises you got for us, Taj. We can view the credits again. Wow. Oh, I don't think there actually was anything new. I was like, why don't you check in on Taj? He might have something new for you. I guess that does leave room for the possibility that he doesn't. I'm like, he might not, but he might. Anyway, let's go do these trophy races. Let's go do these Grand Prix. I remember as a kid, I'd say I used to, but like I'm pretty sure it only happened maybe like a couple times. But I used to think Grand Prix was pronounced Grand Prix. Like, my dad was very quick to nip that in the bud and be like, it's not pronounced like that. Don't say that. It's funny when you think about it, like, some of these racing games, they didn't really want to call them Grand Prix. They were, like, kind of hesitant. You know, like, Diddy Kong Racing is like, oh, they're trophy races. They're trophy races. Crash Team Racing called them Gem Cups, I believe. Everyone's like, they're not Grand Prix. I mean, Mario Kart liked to shorten it to GP, but I'm pretty sure that was still Grand Prix and not General Practitioner or something. Man, my emblem is so bad. It's phenomenally loud as well, the sound effects. But then, like, some of them, like, feel kind of quiet. Maybe it's just because this was, like, the first one. So I was just, like, loud as possible. And then after the first one, I was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't do it stupidly loud. I don't know. Ooh, sick dodges there. I got you tipped up. Another simple thing, but I just like having like the Twitch chat smile just coming into view, slowly coming into view on the racetracks. Much better than when I had just the word fuck.
Final lap.
Right, one more track. Yeah. Oops. I meant to drift. Whatever. We joked about it earlier, but it really does sound like something out of Conker's Bad Fur Day. I think it's because I did like a sort of northern accent as well. It's you know, it sounds like one of the voices that somebody at Rare would have. I'd say somebody at Rare. If it was Conker, it would have been Chris Sutherland. And purely Chris Sutherland. That's a weird thing when you think about Conquered Bad Fur Day, though. It's like for almost the entirety of the game, it's just one bloke talking to himself over and over again. And it's a wordy game. Like there's a lot of dialogue in that game because that's sort of the point. Like I remember either reading or seeing a thing where they're basically saying like, what if we could like essentially reward our players with cutscenes? And not in like the sort of like, you know, nowadays games where you just play a game and 10 hours of cutscenes. Not like in a Metal Gear sense, but like you know, that's where they were trying to be funny with the cutscenes. They were trying to be humorous with the cutscenes and stuff. So you know, you reward the players with a little comedy bit. So you know, so it's like quite a wordy and dialogue-y game. And almost all of it is just one guy talking to himself over and over again. So if you don't know, for Conker's Bad Fur Day, I think there are 3 credited voice actors. I only know that I believe it's Chris Sutherland. I'm sure there's like another Chris there at Rare. I don't know if it's still Rare, but I think there was like a Chris Seaver as well. Like, you know what, I'm gonna check that now. I'm not getting it wrong. Where's the Conquer Squirrel? It's Chris Seaver, not Sutherland, yeah. It's Chris Sutherland, don't know. Who's the voice of Diddy Kong from Munchie Games? Which is probably why Diddy sounds different in this game, because they didn't get Chris I don't know why they didn't get Chris Sutherland, because he, by the sounds of it, would have still been with Rare at that time. He left Rare in 2014 to form Platonic. I'm not trying to talk to you, TT. Go away. Yeah, no, so it was Chris Seaver who was the voice of Conker. But basically, he did the voice of every male character except for the Great Mighty Pooh. And then there was... Unfortunately, I don't remember her name, but there was someone who did then all of the female characters, which I think maybe like 3 of or something. No, maybe 4. I don't know. There weren't a whole lot of female characters in Conker's Bad Fur Day. But yeah, like almost the entirety of Conker's Bad Fur Day is just Chris Seaver having a conversation with himself. But then I guess that's what my streams are, is just me having conversations with myself. Is it? I don't know. You know what? I don't know whether Conker's Bad Fur Day is funnier or not than me. One of the weird things watching people like play through it nowadays, because it's like you'd think with like its crude sense of humor, you think it wouldn't age that well, but genuinely I think the comedy is the thing that may have aged the best. Even like Bums here, that is true, yeah. I've got a few people to have conversations with. You know, it's funny how I feel like Conker's humor is probably one of the things that aged better, because watching people replay it, some of the gameplay just really does not look like it's held up. I think it was one of those like irritating things of the Xbox like Live and Reloaded version probably does play better than the original N64 version, but then the Live and Reloaded version is like toned down quite a bit. I don't know about quite a bit, but it's definitely toned down, and it's like very bizarre. Especially considering, you know, you'd think Xbox would get like the more raunchy version of the game, but no. Oh, I am not doing so hot in this race. I'm trying to think, because I'm on the train of thought of like Conquer and stuff now. I know they've like teased like a few things with Conquer. I don't know if anything has ever actually come out. Like, wasn't there a thing for like called like Project Spark or something? I don't know if that turned into Dreams or was Dreams. I'm sure Conquer's done something with Dreams. I don't remember. I don't know. No, because Dreams is PlayStation. I think maybe it was like Microsoft's attempt at Dreams, maybe. I don't even know if that ever came out, Project Spark, or if anything happened with it. I feel like there was another thing that. Oh yeah, there was like an AR thing they were trying to do. They tried to do with Conquer. I don't think they got anywhere with that. That's a weird thing to like be like, oh, you know what? We want to do like really experimental stuff with Conquer. Like, I don't know. That's like not a character that makes sense to try and use as like essentially tech demo like stuff. You know. Hey, Scott, welcome back. Yeah. Yeah, we're having a little chat about Conquer and stuff. I can't remember what all the stuff they've like tried to do with it, but it's never worked. I think he's perfect character because this whole thing is his personality and voice lines. You can put him into any kind of game and the Soul Conquer will still be there. Yeah, I get what you mean. I think that does make sense. But you know, it's then baffling when they do something like the thing for like, what was it, Young Conquer, which sounds like it sounds like they were trying to be funny about like a young Sheldon thing, but no, there's like they tried to do a thing for like Young Conquer, and it's like, okay, well, it's like even if you want to try and make the argument of like, you know, his whole thing's the personality, so they can put him with anything, and as long as he has his personality still there, you know, that makes sense. But then it's like, okay, you do that, why are you then like kind of changing it? Why are you taking away his personality? It's very, very bizarre. But yeah. So that's the thing, like I can kind of see what you mean now with having him like, you know, because that's the thing, because I feel like that's kind of usually what some tech demos will almost kind of rely on, is like, you know, they kind of rely on maybe like a personality to show you the tech, as well as just like the tech itself. So I can understand and see how Conquer could be like a good choice for that sort of thing. I don't think they've ever, like, if they've ever actually even, like, because I don't know how much of it has even come out, or how much there's been. But yeah. I don't even know what, I don't even know what, like, actual Rare's up to. But it's like kind of common knowledge, basically like, pretty much most of like the proper people who worked at Rare. I say that, I'm sure there's still a few old heads who work at Rare now, but like a lot of the old guard kind of work at Platonic now. So I don't even know what like Rare is up to. I mean, some of the charm of Conquer's Bad Fur Day is his reactions to it. Oh, I'm done with this shit. Yeah, yeah. It's very much sort of like one of those sort of playing the straight man in a wacky world sort of thing. but even he can be a bit like crude and stuff, you know. I was saying just before you got here that like I think it's kind of funny that like with its crude sense of humor, you'd think Conker's humor wouldn't stand up today. I will say I think it probably falls off towards the end. Like I think towards the end of the game they get a bit too like pop culture referential. But honestly, I think the humor is still it's like one of the best parts of Conker, and still stands up. Like it's one of the parts that's like stands up the best in the game. I think if you go back and play it, it's gonna be a slog, but it's also one of the things I think. I don't know. I think it's one of those things where sometimes it's definitely a game I want to play, even as frustrating as the gameplay might be. Just because, well, I guess because I want to, like, I just want to actually play through it at least once, and also because I'd like to own it. But it's basically like no good way to own Conker's Bad Fur Day currently. Yeah. I think it's like a good stream game as well. Conker's Bad Fur Day. It's definitely a game that I think does well in the sort of modern streaming climate. Hopefully, if I put this down, I'm not going to become immediately boiling. It's also a game that definitely would not get away with being made today. I don't know about that. Like, there are definitely some games that still kind of like pride themselves on being humorous, and that kind of being the point. I guess maybe it's just it's more so humor is kind of changed. Like I'm not sure like Conker, like I don't think like a Conker game not necessarily would work today. Like I think the humor there'd still be a place for like the weird crude sense of humor it has, but I'm not sure it would be made just because I think at times it's also a very 90s sense of humor. Like there's definitely like a bit of like occasional gross out and stuff that like you look at and go, yeah, you can kind of tell this is like a little bit 90s, even though it's 2000 I believe the game, but that just means it was made in the 90s. That's when the game freaks out like that and just like 3 of the same voice line play. Oh no, it's the Twitch chat pirate ship. Yeah, Conker's one of those games that's kind of irritating to get a hold of nowadays. With it originally being an X64 game and an N64 game that didn't exactly sell very well. If you want to get it on N64, it's either stupid expensive or you're guaranteed to be paying for like a repo copy. There's the Xbox Live and Reloaded version, which is like toned down a bit, like I don't think it's far off to say that like a decent chunk of the humor in Conker's Bad Fur Day is just the absolutely ridiculous amount of swearing, and like a bunch of that is censored in the Live and Reloaded version. Why does your character when firing missiles sound like he's trying to push out a giant shit? Maybe he is. No, because the game lets you customize sounds, or like some sounds, and they let you record sounds. So I basically just recorded myself for the sound that it would let me. Yeah, and then I think the only other way to play Conker is the rare replay, which that's probably like the best way, but it's just like, man, I'm not buying an Xbox like One. I'm sorry, like. Like I think that's the thing with like console wars now. It's like I know console wars aren't really a thing anymore, and I'm definitely not trying to like re-spark it or anything. I for the most part couldn't care. But man, just I don't know. Like Xbox just never seems to have like good enough exclusives or enough exclusives to make it worth considering one. Yeah, I made it so when they get hit, they yell, "Fuck me!" That's why we were talking about Conker quite a bit, because I've kind of turned it into a Conker's Bad Fur Day game. I was like, turned this Instant Kart Racer into a Conker game by just throwing a bunch of swears. Effing and jeffing. Someone's actually started putting their exclusives on the PC. Yeah, I've seen them. I know Microsoft has done that for some of their things, which is quite good. Unfortunately, it's never any of the things that I want. So, like, Rare Replay still isn't on the PC, I believe. I realize it doesn't take away from their PS sales and get some new audience. Yeah. I think it's a smart move. Yeah. And maybe I'm only saying that because to me, it seems like unless I'm wrong, it seems like a consumer-friendly move, you know? So I'm completely fine with it. You got to not hate your fans, yeah. I know they say don't bite the hand that feeds, but sometimes you shouldn't bite the hand that pays either. Something I do kind of hope happens, oh god. I may actually have to redo this trophy race. This is not going well. But like recently, I don't really the CEO, if he's just the talk man of Microsoft, Phil Spencer. has been saying like, you know, was saying like, oh, you know, we should like make sure we preserve like old games and stuff, you know. And obviously that's like, you know, agreeable shit. So I hope with that sort of being a thing, is I kind of hope like, because like, I hope like older Xbox stuff comes to PC as well. Because there's some interesting stuff on like original Xbox and Xbox 360, which like at the moment I just can't play because I don't have any Xbox stuff. And it's like only the current stuff is on PC, I think. Yeah. And like if you're lucky, some of it will get like ported to Steam or whatever. And like sometimes they'll get like a good port. What is that down here? Yeah, good in quotations, yeah. That show's got fucked on both the port and the remaster, really? But I guess that's the thing. You kind of hope that like if well, that's the thing. I was gonna say you'd hope if they were doing it like if like an Xbox game was getting ported, you're like, okay, well it's gonna be done properly then. But I guess like even if it's being done to Steam, you'd think that would be done properly as well. But you don't know. You think, but yeah, it's not always guaranteed, I guess. Well, I had a few bugs. The worst keyboard controller I've ever seen. The point where the controller was mandatory to play. Yeah. I know on like the Yakuza games, I don't know like how the keyboard controls play on that, but like right at the beginning of the games, they just go like, play with controller, like seriously, use the gamepad. Like on every PC port, they just go like, do not use the control pad, do not use the keyboard. Just like seriously, dude, trust us on this one. Controls was to a point where you couldn't do half the shit in the game. Oof. Yeah, that sort of thing's not good. It's kind of funny because I think one of the things the game that I kind of would just really like to come to PC from original Xbox the most, I think just is Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. It's kind of weird because I know everyone like disses on that game, but it's like, yeah, but I kind of would like to play it at some point. Like I would kind of like to see for myself what it's like. But it's like, I don't currently have an Xbox 360, so I can't play it. Or an original Xbox. I've never had an original Xbox. Yeah, it's weird with Nuts and Bolts, because the thing is, like, I know, like, I'm sure it can feel like it was just like a game that I had and they slapped Banjo on it, but apparently it did like properly start off as a Banjo game, and they added all like the vehicles and stuff because it just kept getting like bigger. Like they were just like, oh, well, we just kept making the world bigger to the point of like, you know, it was like, oh, well, you probably need a car to like travel around. If Banjo's name wasn't on it, it probably wouldn't have been hated as it was. Yeah, yeah. But I think there's also a thing of like, if Banjo's name wasn't on it, probably wouldn't be as well known as it was either. It was a weird double-edged sword. Yeah. I think there are plenty of ways that it could have been done like slightly better so that you could still have had nuts and bolts be a thing and people would have been fine with it. Like I think it could have been one of those things of like, it could have been fine and when viewed as like either a spin-off or just a weird like additional thing. But it was kind of the fact that it was like the next, it was kind of supposed to be like the next major Banjo-Kazooie game. And it was quite a bit different. And it was like the first one they'd done since the buyout and there's a whole thing. There's like a whole bunch of things that just kind of didn't really help them. You know, it's interesting, because I wonder if we're getting a sort of like, I haven't really, you know, it's not as well talked about, so I don't know if we're getting this sort of thing. But it'd be interesting to see if we're getting a sort of like, a come around on the opinion of that game of Nuts and Bolts. Because, you know, like, because eventually, like, you know, the people who grew up playing a game as kids, they'll eventually grow up to come over here to the internet and go, well, this game I played when I was a kid, it was great. You know, and I love it and it's the best game ever, or whatever. Regardless of that, how, like, actually good the game is. You know, the thing, my forever examples of this is there's, like, a bunch of, like, it's essentially just the Wii generation of Sonic games. Like you can go on the internet now and people will constantly be like, no, these were good. Like these are good. And it's like, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, Secret Rings and the Black Knight. I also Unleashed, like, I remember not being a big fan of Unleashed. Like, Unleashed I just could not finish. But then I'm sure if I were to say that, people would be like, oh, well, you played the Wii version. And yeah, the Wii version sucks balls. But, I don't know, man. I can't... I'd have to play it, obviously, to find out if, you know, the Xbox or PS3 version were much worse. But, I don't know. Oh, you played the Xbox version? But yeah, there's a bunch of people like defending that game now, and it's sort of like coming back up in public opinion. And obviously you hear that sort of shit because it's Sonic, and Sonic fans won't ever shut the fuck up, so of course you hear them all the time. And like you may still hear Banjo fans a little bit, but you hear them certainly a little less than Sonic. And usually when you do hear them, it's usually just about honestly it's usually just about Banjo-Kazooie. You'll get like a few people going on about Tooie. I don't think you'll ever hear anybody talk about Grunty's Revenge, which I mean, I played at the beginning of the year and It was like good for the first half. The first half of Grunty's Revenge was alright. It was like a pretty good like isometric top-down banjo game. And then it just kind of started sucking balls halfway through. It just kind of got bad. Revenge and Skyward Sword HD was announced, people started revisiting Skyward Sword and the game is remembered a bit better now. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's one of those things of like, fuck, I can't remember, I immediately forgot what I was going to say because fucking past voice clip me just yelled. It was like, see you later, shitter. And it just made me go like, oh, sorry, that's whatever I was talking about completely out the fucking window. This was the outright hate it. The outright hate we had before. Everyone was saying it's the worst Zelda game ever made. Yeah, yeah. And I mean, it was like, can you really say Sky? Like, even if you don't like Skyward Sword, can you say it's the worst Zelda game ever made? I suppose you can say it. You'd be completely wrong. Because CDI games, Zelda 2. I haven't even played Zelda 2, but I'm just telling you right now, it's got to be. You know. Zelda 2 and CDI games there, that's why, yeah. Yep. Oh, 6 3D Zelda games, so it's hard to say where you rank them. Yeah, it's difficult because sometimes it definitely feels like there's just sort of like a nostalgia thing to it. Like, I haven't played Wind Waker in a very long time, but that will kind of always be one of my favorites just because it was like, it was the one I grew up with. But then it's kind of funny because obviously I didn't really grow up with Breath of the Wild, but that's probably one of my favorites as well. I didn't grow up with Majora's Mask, but I did grow up with Ocarina of Time. But I'd say I prefer Majora's over to Ocarina. So it's like, it's easy to say, oh, it's, you know, it's all just going to be nostalgia picks, but I don't know. You can never finish Majora's Mask as some kid. Yeah. Yeah, I remember like playing it when I was a kid on like emulators. Shh, don't tell Nintendo. And like when I was young, I was like paranoid of the, like when I first played it, I didn't like the 3D, or not didn't like the 3D system, but I was always paranoid of running out of time. So I was basically just like following a guide. But I think when it came out on 3DS and I got like a chance to play it properly, I think that's when I like appreciated it. Like that's when I was able to appreciate it all. Controversial opinion, but I thought Ocarina is not as good as everyone says. This was good, but we got better Zelda games. I think it was a good setting stone. I think we've done better than it now, but I think it is one of the things, like the reason why it's so highly regarded is because it was like the first, you know, and it like, you know, it was a good sort of like first for it. But I think then that's one of the things, it's like, alright. I think a personal reason as to why there are other games that I prefer to like Ocarina of Time is because they sort of have like more personality to them, you know? Like Majora's Mask I'd say has more personality than Ocarina of Time, or at least a better personality. And the same with Wind Waker, you know? You've got to play Twilight on stream at some point, so remember you said you never played it. Yeah. I think I pretty much will try and go through like almost every like main Zelda game at some point. It's just a matter of when and how, I guess. I remember saying Ocarina would be like the next major one I played, but I don't even know about that because I kind of like, I was thinking about it, it's like, I don't want to just go through like all of them 3D ones, or all of like the main ones, and then go to the handheld ones. I think I kind of want to mix it up a bit. So I think there's a possibility that like one of the handheld ones might be like the next Zelda game I go through. I don't know. Yeah, I think it really is like the tragedy as to what makes Majora's Mask sort of what makes it so good, honestly. Majora's and Ocarina before Twilight takes place after. I mean, I don't think I'm exactly going in like timeline order. Like what? I went Majora's Mask, Breath of the Wild, Skyward Sword. Must have been Twilight said by these two. Yeah. I know stuff like, what's it? The Hero's Shade, I think it's called. It's like that. I think that's supposed to be like the link from Ocarina of Time, I believe. Yeah. It's more or less right out of where I said to you, yeah. I wanted to do that so I could get the boost, and then I just like wouldn't have even gotten the boost even if I had hit it. I did a bit too late. Yeah.
Spaceport Alpha.
Oh, you know, I definitely remember that there was like, they reused like a track on this one, which is why it'll be why there's like a new track. No, yes, go past that. It's interesting, like, it could be just because I haven't played Ocarina in a long time, but I feel like there's part of me that I think, from what I'm remembering anyway, feels like they could have done like the 7-year time jump maybe a bit better, like just to make it more impactful, I guess. I don't know, as I said, maybe it's like me not remembering it as well. So maybe like there are parts that's like, no, it is impactful. You've just like forgotten all like the sort of small conversations with people and stuff. But I don't know. Yeah. Because the Twilight Princess one follows Majora's Mask, so that's the timeline where he goes back as a child. So that would be the one where like I don't really know what happens. What are the games on the timeline that he says as an adult? I want to say that's the Wind Waker timeline. I don't really remember, like, I guess, like, the link between them. It just kind of, like, I was like, oh, that's just the Wind Waker timeline, because it is. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, pretty much all, like, the old ones are, like, the timeline where he loses. Like, I'm pretty sure... I might be wrong, but I think it's, like, on the timeline where he loses... It's Zelda 1 and then 2. I think Link to the Past onwards one uses. Yeah, that might be in it as well. I don't remember like the order of them. I'm pretty sure Zelda 1 and 2 were on that one as well. It's basically, and then it's basically just Breath of the Wild is like, hey, so far in the future it doesn't fucking matter. Oh shit. I think that's fine. Oh, you know what? I'm pretty sure that wasn't a thing in the original. This path. I'm pretty sure if you fell down on the original, I'm sure that's like cost me like a couple of races in the original version. Like falling down there and just going, well, time to do the turn of shame. Now to do all of the coin challenges, or balloon challenges, I guess they're on this one. Now, let me swap this out. Yeah, taking the conversation back a little bit, I do wonder if like Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts had has had like a similar sort of like, I guess like appreciation comeback, similar to how some of the Sonic games did. And I said it's hard to tell because like obviously there are a lot less loud people who like that game apparently than people who like Sonic games. Sonic fandom is rabid at times, yeah. Yep. The thing I remember seeing the other day was that we haven't really heard anything about like the next big Sonic game. Like, oh gosh, I don't know how. It might have been 30th, maybe. I don't remember how old Sonic is. I'm sorry, Sonic. But it was like a somewhat recent Sonic anniversary event. I'm pretty sure it was at this, where they like showed like a teaser. They basically announced, "Hey, look, we're working on a Sonic game, on a new Sonic game." And I was like, "Yo, cool." I don't think we've heard anything else from it since. Oh, that's the first gold I've got. Oh, I got everything on that one. That was perfect. Oh, I definitely missed some there. Whoa! Whoa! So I mentioned, I believe it was last week, it may have been the week before, I don't remember. But something I mentioned recently is that Twitch has started rolling out follower emotes. So I've got a few follower emotes. Currently, I believe I've only got the Ubier as a follower emote. But I have got other slots, and there are more to come. I don't know, I'm going to try and get them at least commissioned before the end of the year. But another thing that they've done is they've boosted the amount of base emotes for subscribers. So originally, affiliates, as an affiliate, you'd only get one emote to start with. And then it would just sort of be like, the more subs you get, the more emote slots you get. But now they've made it so that you start with 5 emotes. So as well as follower emote slots, I now have a few more sub emotes as well. So even more emotes will be on the way eventually. It wasn't so good because I was like, I don't really, I've got like a couple of ideas for emotes, and then they were like, oh fuck it, have some more. I was like, oh shit, okay. And they're also rolling out an animated emote for affiliates. So there will be very soon. Well, I say very soon. At some point in the future, there will be more follower emotes, more sub emotes, and also an animated emote for subs. Yeah. Pretty cool stuff, I think. I don't even think I have to do the trophy race. Maybe, well, I want to see. Maybe they'll stop me if I haven't done the trophy race. Did you complete? No, yeah. They'll let you in and then did you go, no, go back. Yeah, so this is why I think it slightly benefits that the silver coin challenges are slightly different, because like right at the end of the game, you basically, like at least in the rest of the game, if you don't want to do the same course like 3 times in a row or whatever, you've got like at least a little bit of choice for variety. Whereas in this one, it is just like no, you kind of do just have to do like the same 4 courses over and over again. But because of the balloon challenge, it's a little bit different. Yeah. Right. You'll keep doing the same courses over and over again. Yeah, like it's, I guess, worse in the original Diddy Kong Racing because it's much harder in the original Diddy Kong Racing. So, you will do the courses not only more, but just in general. But you will also do them more because you will lose. Well, I'm glad that Diddy Kong just decided to stop. Things were going fine for him, and he just before that balloon, he was just, no, I think I'll stop here. And I'm sure they're all very happy that I decided to eat shit. This is probably not like the best time to see peek out. I don't think you can barrel roll in this. It's very bizarre. If you can, I'm not doing it right. Peppy is disappointed, yeah. That's another game I wonder if we ever got like its sort of, you know, young person comeback. Like people who grew up on Star Fox Adventures finally getting access to the internet and being like, oh, it was good actually. I feel like I haven't heard of it getting its comeback. Always too slow on it. I always forget it's there. Never really played it, or if you did, you didn't get far. Yeah, I don't think I got too far in it. I feel like I more so remember my brother playing it rather than me. Like, GameCube for me was very weird, I guess, time generation, because it was like, there's definitely some stuff that I have like nostalgia for on it, but there's also some stuff that's like, no, I still remember like, you know, I remember more so my brother playing games at that point. Oh god. Yeah, yeah. One of the things I was always baffled by as a kid, well not as a kid, like growing up, but it's like, I remember playing Wind Waker and being like scared of the re-deads, but then I'm like when I'm like, like now that I'm older, I'm like, hang on, re-deads don't appear until you get to like, I don't remember if it's Earth or Wind. I think it's Earth. I think it's the Earth dungeon. But like, you know, that's like a decent way into the game. And I'm just like, how the fuck did I get that far into the game as a kid? I don't know if I think maybe it's Crunch. Yeah. Didn't crash the last second. Literally crashing right at the last second just to check who's beating me. Just missed the balloon. Too fast, too speedy. This aggressively northern bumper. All right, one more race and then Whizpig time. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to get this done in one stream. I'm pretty sure I had it down as a 2-stream game. I don't know. Maybe just everyone who's like everyone who's like put it in on how to beat fucking sucks, or I'm an absolute god. That, or it's just like, I don't know. Everyone just assumed, well, it's got to be the same as Diddy Kong Racing. You know, the original. It's a remake. It'll take roughly the same time. It was like, nah. Like they've made this one easier. One of these interesting things with this game, it's like I wouldn't necessarily say it's a bad remake. Like it does a few things different, but I'd say like the only thing that I think I'd really say is like not really as good. Like they did with this remake, where I'd be like, no, I could see why. Like if people like not like, I don't necessarily dislike it, but like it being better done in the original is like changing the silver coin challenges. Like I said this earlier, but I think it could, like, the silver coin challenges are still in this game, but they're like an unlockable, basically. Like you gotta buy them at the shop, and they're not expensive, but they're like a bonus thing. I think it's like, no, I think maybe they should have been a bonus thing, like, or like the balloon challenge that they made. Like I think maybe that should have been the bonus thing. But like everything else, like, I don't know, the music's still fine. Looks pretty much the same. Shit. I always forget that they didn't replace balloons. I guess that's something I don't like. It's the fact that like going through a different balloon doesn't replace it anymore. I can understand the characters being different and slightly jarring, but that's just game business stuff. I like a bunch of like the fact that like the shop is a thing. There's like a bunch of customizable stuff and extra stuff. Like I do like all of that, you know. Like if they were to remake the game again, I would like for it to have all that sort of stuff in. Which is one of those weird things. Like, well, it doesn't really do like a whole lot wrong. If you turn on trophy and win every balloon, which one haven't I done? Oh. What? Oh, I have done that. No, that was the one I did fucking perfect. Oh, that must mean there's like some overworld balloon I didn't get. Then. Oh, that balloon. I mean, I think I know where it is. It's just I don't actually know how to get it. That's very weird they made that, because like in the original, like you have to get every balloon to get into like the final level of Future Funland. Like I always did think it was a bit weird that like basically the requirement was just like everything. You know, I don't actually like there's this thing. I don't know what to do here. I tried like outlining the face. Oh, it's more like a thumbs up then, but okay. Yeah, device touch.
How can I help you?
But it's one of those things where I was saying, like, it doesn't necessarily feel like they've done a whole lot like wrong or like anything to really worsen the game, but it still feels like you should probably just still play the original, you know. Like, I still think this is a neat experience. You know, you may as well play it at some point, I guess. Oh. There's the balloon up here. Maybe that isn't, I don't know, maybe I can't like do that bit yet then. I don't know. Bumper, what are you doing? I wonder if that's all of them. I think that would make sense. I don't remember how many balloons there are on the original. But I know there were 3 in the overworld, and they're pretty much in the places. Yeah, there we go. They're pretty much in the places, the same places in this one, but they were like little puzzles this time. Like, stuff like that, I was like, I just kind of got it wrong. Like, I don't know what was, you know. Alright. It was fine in the original, you know, I don't know why they had to sort of change it. Oh, god damn it. I'll restart that one. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that, but okay. I think it's just if you get too close, sort of thing. Which is like, yeah, at the start of the race, you will be pretty close. Shit. Fuck, come on, dude. This is all me being bad. Unfortunately, this isn't like, oh man, the game's being hard. This is like, nope, I'm just being shit. Good, how's it? Oh, fuck you, dude.
Wrong way.
Yeah, I know. God damn, them, like, those hit way harder in this one. As in, like, they would not fucking hit you at all in the original. Oh my god. I know I'm called Bumper, but fuck me, man. Bumping off of everything. Yeah, he's got like a little shield or something. Let's not fucking start this, Bumper! You fucking idiots! But then there's like no, like there were loads of like ships in that room shooting in the original. Very weird, some of the changes they've made. That's my bad that time. Can't blame the game on hitting that pole. Or whatever it is. Oh my god. Well, it's kind of a good thing that the difficulty has finally come out to play. The rest of this game has been a little bit of a cakewalk. Oh! That fucking... Like, there is no way not to get hit by that ship there. It's kind of ridiculous. Those don't offer any shields at any point. I know I'm sure they do in the original. I don't think they could, like, if they made it easier, they don't have to. But I'm sure you can get like a shield going into that room. But then it feels like that room's also bigger. I don't know. Way. Boy. Oh shit, come on. No, you fucking dick face! Bomber, you fucking dumbass! I fucking had it then as well. I fucking wish I had the fucking custom sounds on it so I could hear fucking Bumper just go, oh, for fuck's sake! Yeah, so good look at it. Yeah, it's not a character, okay? This is real. That definitely hit me, and then it just kind of ignored it. That the character would be, yeah. Yeah. That's it. It's a good thing it pulled the difficulty finally at the last second. Oh my god. Oh. This stage was meant for us. Yeah, they saved the final stage for the OGs. God damn, how far ahead is he? Oh, no. Nope, nope, no. I really wish they had the custom sounds on this, because every race would basically start with "fuck me," because he just hits you at the beginning every time. You gotta drive like you're fucking drunk if you want to not get hit. There. Ah, come on, mate. Get your fat ass out of my screen, boy! Ah! No! Bumper, what are you doing? I still think there's the chance. I peeked the mic, sorry. Okay. Right, come on. Shit. Oh, and I used them all. Okay. There we go. Yeah, he'll be back for sure. Well done, you've defeated Wizpig. The island is safe once more. Now the party can finally begin. No problem, low poly animals. Well, there we go. And that was Diddy Kong Racing DS. Yeah, as I said, I still do think it is good and it is fun. I think I do prefer the original. The original is much more challenging, much more frustrating. And this one does have its merits, you know? Like, of course, I got much entertainment of hearing myself go, fuck, whenever I got hit or whatever. That was a lot of fun, you know? Like, if they remake Diddy Kong Racing, there's quite a few stuff that I would like from this game to return. Ah, there you go. David Wise did come back for this. That's good. They probably did the new music as well. But I think I'm going to see if there's, because I'm pretty sure there'll be like a couple of unlockables now that we've like, now that we're like finally done. But yeah, but then after that we'll call it there. You know what, I want to check how long it said, or how long I've got down. Maybe it'll change. Let me see how long, because I definitely had this down to 7.5 hours. No. No. Well done! You have unlocked Taj! He is now a playable character in both single player and multiplayer. There you go. So this was pretty cool, okay, being able to unlock Taj. That was pretty sick.
How can I help you?
One challenge mirror. New game of single player only. Yeah. So by unlocking Adventure 2, you have also unlocked Mirror Mode. You have unlocked Adventure 2, you can now play the adventure in Mirror Mode. There you go. Yeah, you know, I expected it to be 2 streams, but I'm completely fine with the one because I don't know if I'll be streaming this Friday. But yeah, next stream will definitely be Wednesday with more Tingle. I don't know if I'll be streaming Friday. We'll see. Yeah. Oh no. Okay. So it's not that he has max, but he literally has like max. I think that's acceleration. But then like terrible steering.
Hello there.
Terrible
Taj.
something else. I don't know. You know, I remember Taj being kind of actually crap. I don't know what you're supposed to do here. Oh well. But yeah, that is going to be it for me, so thank you all for watching and hanging out. I appreciate it as always. Yeah, as I said, next stream will be Wednesday with more Tingle. Don't know if there'll be a Friday stream. If there is, there'll be a new game. I think I've got an interesting new game for you next week, or at the end of this week. We'll see. But yeah, more Tingle, and then maybe something new on Friday. And as I said, more emotes eventually. It doesn't help that I don't have many good ideas for emotes, but there will be some soon, I'm sure. As I said, I will attempt to get them commissioned before the end of the year. Don't know whether they'll be with you by the end of the year, but we'll see, you know. But if you missed a stream and you want to catch up, then you can head on over to the Uber archive over on YouTube, or you can go to the highlights page on my Twitch, where you can catch up alongside the chat. And I also have a main YouTube channel where I like to upload the occasional highlight or cover or whatever I feel like. And yeah, that's going to be it for me. So thank you all for watching and hanging out. And hopefully I shall see you guys next time. Bye bye.